And let's go ahead and show 6:31. 6:31 for us to go ahead and get started. And we'll go ahead and have Paola take care of item number 2 with a roll call, please.
Sorry. District 1, Alderman Miguel Aguirre. He's absent. District 2, Alderman Richard Hughes.
Here.
District 3, Alderman David Emery.
Here.
District 4, Alderman Michael Rodriguez.
Here.
And District 5, Alderman Matthew Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paola. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please rise, and we'll go ahead and take care of pledge of allegiance. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And we will go into. Oh, okay. Make sure we have anything. All right. Item number 4, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the City Council on any issue or any item on the agenda in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City Council may not discuss any presented issue nor may take any action on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion JC-0169. Council, we do not have anybody signed up, but I'll still go ahead and ask. Anybody here would like to go ahead and be heard? Going once, going twice. All right, Paula, if you can please show no comments for item number 4. Appreciate that. Council, let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, consent agenda. Consider approval of payment of bills. And part of your packet, you should have had that, or you might have a hard copy. Please take a look at that.
Lynette, the under the description for the Hector Vedetta, it says equipment. That's just the title, right?
Yeah, I think that she just misunderstood it. That's brush pickup.
Okay.
So just give a little, you let Ronnie have a learning curve a little bit.
But it doesn't have anything to do with us purchasing equipment.
No, sir. No,
Thank
sir.
you.
That's the brush pickup per month. I'm sorry that I missed that.
No, that's fine. Mayor, I'd like to start by making a motion to accept the bills as presented.
Okay.
Payment of bills.
You got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Okay. Got a second? Okay. Further discussion. Any other questions? David? Any further discussions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 6. Public hearing is conduct a public hearing on an application by Jason Lee to locate a manufactured home on property legally described as Lytle San Antonio SD Irrigation Farms Block 40, lot part of lot 27.14 acres, 0.822, generally located north of Norwell Street and east of Wisdom Road, Lytle, Texas. So we can show, Paula, go ahead and show 6:35. We're opening the public hearing portion. And I'll open it up to Zach.
All right, Mayor and Council. So this evening we do have this particular vacant lot off of Wisdom Road in front of you. The aerial map, as well as a survey that was provided by the applicant, was in the packet for your viewing. Our chapter on manufactured and mobile homes does allow for somebody to place a manufactured home on a property as long as they get approval from y'all to do so, if it's outside of a manufactured home park. And so that's why this request is before y'all. It did go to the commission, the Mobile Home Manufactured Home Commission that we have, and they did offer a 2-2 vote. So they are offering no recommendation to council. In the action item, I did indicate in that particular data sheet but I'm happy to speak to it now. Kind of some of the reasons that they indicated was it seemed to back up to, and if you see in the aerial map here, some established homes and neighborhood, and ultimately the two individuals that voted it down to deny or voted in favor of denial of the request to place it there, mainly cited those reasons that they didn't feel like it matched with the neighborhood as a whole. The two that ultimately voted the opposite direction felt like they had already approved some in that area already. The two members that had voted it down were new to the actual commission. And so ultimately that's kind of the makeup and what we saw at the commission. So, so it was a 2-2 vote, so no recommendation coming from the commission for y'all's consideration. I don't believe the applicant is here, but he was told to be here or asked to be here. He also did not show up at the commission meeting as well.
Council, just a reminder, this is a public hearing portion, and then we're going to have a portion for discussion in a little bit if we have some questions. So this is our opportunity in case anybody would like to. And then if you have questions, I think some of us, I kind of saw the eyes. So we'll discuss that here shortly with the next agenda item. Okay, so we have an open item. Is there anybody here to go ahead and provide any comments during the public hearing? Going once, going twice. Okay, Paula, if you can please annotate on there. No comments provided. And let's go ahead and reflect on the time. It is closed, so public hearing is closed at 6:38. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, council, let's go ahead and move on to item number 7, open session. This is a take action on items discussed, consideration and possible action concerning an application by Jason Lee to locate a manufactured home on property legally described as Lytle's San Antonio SD Irrigation Farms Block 40, lot part of lot 27.14 acres, 0.822, generally located north of Norvell Street and east of Wisdom Road, Lytle, Texas. So before I open it up, I just want to make sure, can you go ahead and put that map back up for us to take a look at that? So the 0.822 acres is what's inside that red area.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct. If you notice on the survey, if you go back up to the image before that, and then keep that picture in mind there, but there is an access easement. So you see below where it says Wisdom Road, there's an access easement that runs through the property on the front side, and then kind of tees off on the actual 0.822 acre property. So that's how they would have to access the property. So obviously that would be.
So you say on the far left?
Yeah. So let me see.
So if you get that and go to the red.
So this is Wisdom Road.
Okay.
Showing on here. There's an access easement running through here, and then this is bisected, but it picks up here up top. You notice there, and then tees off. And so if you go down to the aerial image, real quick, Lynette.
Okay, but Wisdom Road is on this side.
Wisdom Road's right here. So it literally is
Where?
through here.
I
So
don't see them now.
this is Wisdom Road. Oh, go back up.
Yeah, it's
you
there
make
to
it-
the left where the,
Yeah, it's on the left.
Correct. Correct.
there you go.
Can you make it full screen, Lynette? Might be easier. Yeah. So Wisdom Road's right to the left here, and
I
then
thought it's over here.
right here. Yes, to the left. Yes. And so the access easement runs from here across to this property through here. That's how they would have to access that property. Correct. There's an easement there. To access that, they would have to bring the home through there. It's a double wide.
And you know where they're gonna place it? On there?
No. For between the house, up a little bit. Yeah, right there. Right there. That's where the access easement was established for this particular piece of property. It was platted that way. and so that's where they would have to access the property through.
Can they not come from the back?
There's nothing back.
Well, it's not their property. You'd have to go.
I'll bring a home all through that land that's open.
They'd have to get
Can you-
permission
can you
from
go
that.
back to
property.
the survey.
Yeah.
Just bring it down.
Nope. Up.
Okay. So this laid out like this. We're saying that Wisdom is on this side.
Correct.
Okay.
So you see here, Mayor.
So this right here.
Correct. And then this is the match line. Sorry.
You can,
This is the match line here for that piece up there. So then, and Wisdom Road showing here. Obviously, because it's a long distance, they cut it, but you have Wisdom Road, you have the access easement matching up to up here, and then, so,
how much distance is between here and here?
it's a 20-foot easement.
Robbie, any concerns looking at the map with providing the services? Can you go back to the other? I just want council to have all this before we have that discussion.
Too far.
If you're in full,
It's inside the property. The only thing,
So,
like I said before, we either put a meter here, or they're gonna have to get an easement from one of the residents.
But is there room to put it through there?
well, the access
Our
easement is
meter's
there.
gonna stay on the.
Correct.
I think what Richard's trying to ask is they can have access, like, with them.
Oh, to get in there?
through there.
Oh.
Between the homes.
Between the homes, is it big enough for somebody to deliver a house in there?
I mean, it's gonna
I
be
mean,
tight.
they have that alleyway in the back too, so-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of space, open space where they can come in.
I mean, it looks like there's a little road in the back, right?
The problem is, so the problem with that is that is a separate private property that they would have to get permission to do so. And this is set up, this is how they will ultimately have to drive in and out of their property to access if
Yeah,
the
but
home
you're
is
not gonna be
there.
driving the home in and out.
Correct,
You know what I mean?
correct,
I'm talking about the home,
correct.
getting it in there with no problems, messing up with these people. I mean, you have
That
a
would
lot
be
of
up to
different
them,
areas.
They would have to trim the trees, make sure the trees are clear,
Yeah.
make sure the wirings are clear.
And I'm sure
And that would also come with who they're purchasing it from, when
Yeah.
them go through
Correct.
and make sure everything's done and say,
Yeah.
hey, we can do it or we can't do it. So it's
I mean,
kind
as
of
far as our part, we're good with it, it's just up to the property owners around it.
Yeah.
Let us
So-
know the easement or,
so all these houses are actually connected over here.
yes,
So you would just put the meter and they would need to run.
yeah, they would have to.
They would have to
Is
run
there
the line.
anything that you need to worry about along that pathway that they need to
No.
take care of?
It's an easement by deed, it's already in the deed.
Correct.
So if there's anything in that 20 foot, it has to be taken out. If it's gonna block their easement,
Correct.
it's gotta be, they have a legal right to access the whole 20 feet wide of their easement for ingress and egress.
So that's where I'm going with this. That's exactly, Molly. You're right on spot on. I think we need to make sure there's two things that go along with this. So with Robbie, we're good, but there's things that we need to take into consideration. It's making sure that we actually have that identified and that the homeowners actually have that in a sense, because there's going to need some changes that's going to be made. I don't know what one of those buildings is, but I can tell you right now that could be within the 20 foot
It's possible.
and having, so they're going to need to do that. And then number two is we need to make sure, council, I got to remind you because we've been put on the pickle this before. We need to make sure that the deed, just like Molly, we also have an easement, but we need to put on there that this is an actual private road. This is their own road. This has nothing to do with the city, because we have had in the places where something happened 20 years ago. Robbie is shaking his head. He knows what I'm talking about. 20 years ago, and there was an agreement with council and everything, but it was never put in the deed. Now we got brand new homeowners, and those new homeowners don't know the history, and they're coming back and they're asking about maintaining it or putting stuff down. Yeah, Robbie's shaking his head. So we just need to make sure that everything is identified accordingly, and who has a responsibility that goes along with that.
So, Mayor, this is a private easement. It's between the two landowners. If they have stuff in the way, the people that own this property and the other landowner have to work that out. The city does not get involved in that. It's on private property. The city is not responsible for maintaining that driveway at all. Now, to put our water in, yes, we get a utility access, but they also have a duty to run proper line to the meter.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
not going to put the water line all the way to their house at their back lot.
I mean, like Zach said, I'd like to see, they were invited to the commission meeting, right? They were invited to the council meeting. I'd like to see them come up and talk about it a little bit, kind of plan they have, how they plan on getting it in, what they plan on using this easement, they plan on going somewhere else. So maybe Mr. Jason Lee, we can get him to come in and give us a little insight on what his plan is, or,
Zach, do you
Yes.
do you know if these other two landowners are they connected? Are they related to this guy?
So I think originally all of this, if you go back to the aerial image for me, sorry.
so. This
it's-
Mr. Lee, who's asking for this, he does not own either of those other two houses. on the
That's
property,
correct.
right?
It used to be, I believe, it's from my understanding,
Mhm.
that this piece as well as the piece to the north. So if you basically take that and mirror it to the
Yeah.
north,
Mhm.
and then all of this was under one property owner,
Sure.
but they sold these back two pieces off for whatever reason, and so now you have that situation there where, but Mr. Lee is not associated with that particular homeowner or resident on the front.
and do we know if they know about it? This is coming, or
Well,
aware of that?
they were notified via the letter that we are required to send out. We've sent out letters within 200 feet of the property, so anybody within 200 feet received notification of this. No one showed up to the commission meeting as well as obviously this meeting. So.
And
Quite-
you received no comments?
No
or
email, no
messages
phone
or
calls,
anything?
nothing like that. No.
Do you know where on that rectangle they're planning on locating the trailer?
They did not indicate that. Obviously, they would have to meet our normal single family residential, setbacks that we have because it is a single family lot, is zoned for R1. So they would have to meet all those normal requirements that we would place on any other structure going there.
And do we have sewage out here or no?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. That was another thing I wanted to ask.
There's sewer on both sides of northbound, and there's one on westbound. The only thing is they'll have to, they try to see if they make grade.
So they would need to run, just like the water, they need to run the sewer line all the way out, down that easement.
Down the easement.
No, no,
No.
no,
They're not
No.
allowed to.
no,
They're not allowed to. There's a sewer line
no.
already there.
It's within a certain distance, they're not able to.
I want to make sure that's clear because I have that same issue.
Yep.
I want to make sure that's clear.
No, they would not be able to.
Okay.
I agree with Matthew. I'd like to hear more from the landowner about his ideas. So,
Because he could probably clarify a bunch of the questions we're asking. Have you discussed this with them? Is there something that they need to clear out? How do you plan on running the water? That he would have those plans for, that we can make the decision right now. So
Our next meeting is on the 8th of July.
That is correct.
That's our next meeting. So, Council, if you all would like to go ahead and table this until the 8th and
Sure.
give Zach a chance to go ahead and get with the owners, I just need a motion for us to do
Mayor, I'd
that.
make a motion that we table this agenda item until July the 8th meeting and encourage the property owner to come here so we can make a good decision.
Got a motion for us to table till the 8th of July?
second that.
Okay. Got a second? Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to state the importance of these mobile homes that are coming up. I understand what the commission, their comments, and I agree a lot with what they said. But it's, you're looking at two sides of the story. You have a homeowner that would like to utilize a mobile home, which they should have a right to. Then you have property owners that want to keep the integrity of their properties. But it's important that the citizens step up. If anybody in that area does not want this to happen, is opposed to it, they have to come forward, either by calling the city office or attending a meeting. If no one shows up in opposition, this to me is telling me that there's no opposition, obviously, right? So how could I vote nay on something that I see no opposition, but yet I have a homeowner that would like to what they consider their dream home in their own property? So I want to put that out there, that if there's anybody out there that wants to state their opinion, please show up for the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Write down some notes. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor for us to go ahead and table this until the 8th of July?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all yeas. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And hopefully we'll have a little bit better luck and be able to get them here. That would be great, along with, if any, comments from the neighbors too. All right, let's go ahead and move on to B, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 24-22, a resolution, City of Lytle, Texas, authorizing the execution and entering into a utility service agreement with can you pronounce?
Exelite?
Exelite, sorry, Development Ventures LLC for provision of water and wastewater service to Lytle Farms, providing for related matters and providing an effective date. Boy, getting tongue-tied. Okay.
All right, Mayor and Council. Unfortunately, our pit attorney, Clay Binford, had an emergency meeting that he had to go to, so he was unable to make it, but hopefully I can answer any questions y'all might have. Nina Prado, on behalf of Exelite Development, their attorney, is here as well. But if y'all recall, and for obviously Matt, who was not here when this all started, but back in October, we did sign development agreement and ultimately reestablish the new PID on Lytle Farms property. And a part of that development agreement was this utility service agreement, basically so that they could secure the capacity associated with the development. With this item, the development agreement is remaining unchanged, so nothing has changed from that standpoint. This is literally just the utility side, water and wastewater, and like I said, guaranteeing that capacity. There is outlined in the utility service agreement, and I know there was quite a bit of information that was provided on this item. Most of it was, I wanted y'all to have the development agreement for those that, just to refer back to, but also for Matt as well, who was not here. But obviously, they're producing a schedule of the development, and they're asking us to basically secure that capacity for the full development of it. But obviously, the build out will come in phases. Now there's certain thresholds. If you notice in a part of it, there was certain dates. It's basically every December 31st of subsequent years that if they don't meet that, or there's any issues with meeting the full amount of what they ultimately develop, then that's why they've established also a line of credit that the city would be able to draw upon to make sure we're whole and making sure that the development continues to move forward. So, Nina, I don't know if you want to add anything, but you're more than welcome to do so.
Thank you, Council. Again, my name's Nina Prado. I'm with Killing Griffin and Fairmont. I'm here representing the developer today, Exelite Development. I think Zach covered all of it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I guess I'll just reiterate again. I think Zach covered it, but at the end of October, beginning of November, we were here. We had the Public Improvement District for Lytle Farm subdivision created. In connection with the creation of the district, a development agreement was also entered into. I think for all developments, it's pretty standard to get water, to obtain water and sewer, and enter into a utility service agreement. And so our development agreement required us to enter into a utility service agreement. And before any bonds can be issued for that district, we have to have our water and sewer capacity identified, dedicated for the subdivision. for this particular subdivision, it's my understanding we didn't have enough water and sewer capacity for the subdivision without some infrastructure to be built by the city and possibly some off-site and on-site improvements by the developer. In order to do that, to make those improvements to the water and sewer capacity infrastructure for the city, it costs a certain amount. But to reduce the risk for the city to pay those costs, the developer agreed to enter into a line of credit or to obtain a line of credit from the bank, where, like Zach said, the city could draw from the line of credit to help pay for those costs. And so that's the nuance of this particular utility service agreement, so that the city has that line of credit to help pay for those costs.
What would activate that line of credit that we could draw on? Does some event have to happen or not happen before we can tap into that?
So with the utility service agreement, there's a development schedule attached to it, and there's thresholds. As Zach said, every December 31st of each year, starting in 2025, there has to be a certain amount of homes developed connected to the water and sewer infrastructure to the city. So the home builders or the residents during the development process would typically pay impact fees for the connection. And so we have estimated how many or how much impact fees would be paid to the city by that threshold point through 2032. And so if the impact fees are not paid that December 31st of each year, then the city can say, Mr. Developer, and in this case, Exolite, Mr. Developer, the impact fees haven't been paid. You owe us an X amount to cover the public improvement costs for the infrastructure. And since it wasn't paid to the city, then we can draw on the line of credit. And so then the city has that right to draw, or the developer has to pay outright.
Sure.
Yes, but the cost would be covered.
Who's responsible for that line of credit?
The developer. And we did receive the line of credit preliminary approval that was submitted to the city, and so that has been.
I believe it was included in y'all's. It does still last.
So I think, council, if you want to take a look, and I know Zach is looking at it too, page 40 on there. Nina, thank you. And, she actually highlighted some of the things in the sense of the timeliness. If you go into that chart, you can actually see, the breakdown on there in the sense of just like it was being described. These are the things that are going to be due at a certain period of time based on the end of the year. So that's the phases as they occur. They did a real good job. Nina, thank you so much. You did a great job on that too, highlighting. You see the R for the residential, and you'll see the commercial too, because as part of that PID in the frontage, there's some commercial properties that are also going to be developed. That's correct. In that area too. So you'll have the pseudo services, retail to be able to support the residents there along the frontage, and also for the whole city too to take advantage of that. But it's going to be along 2790 on the front end portion of it. So that kind of gives you a little bit of the background or the breakdown based on the end of the year.
And the one thing I will note, which is true of all the developments as we're moving forward. So phase one of the development would be the full set of impact fees that we have currently adopted. That does slightly decrease in phases 2, 3, and 4, just because we've said that a portion of those impact fees, instead of paying the acquisition fee, you'll be bringing us water rights associated with that development. So there is that component. We've required that now on all the developments going forward. So just want to make sure that was reiterated.
Did I hear mentioned that we have sufficient water supply to support this development?
Yeah, so there's some additional, as we know, there's improvements we're making to our system. The additional water tower, across in Rosewood and things
water
like
rights
that.
is what I'm speaking to.
Yes, yeah. So we feel like based on everything that we're doing with our system, as well as what's proposed here, we are comfortable with everything from a capacity standpoint.
So the developer is not going to be required to buy or provide.
They will still be providing as a requirement. So what part of the impact fee includes currently an acquisition fee. So right now, and they would be having to pay, I think it's like $1,800 of the full impact fee for every single lot, right? That comes out. That basically goes away. They don't have to pay that portion, but they do have to bring us those water rights. So that's true of Rosewood and Saddle Ridge for all the subsequent phases that they're having to do, and the same would be for Lytle Farms. So
That 1,800 was 3/4 inch. Is that what that breakdown is on that second table on 41, page 41? Right after the
yes, yeah, the water acquisition fee. That's correct.
that 1,800 is the one
That's the
you're talking
1,800. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That is current.
That's
Yes.
per. Yep. That's expensive.
Yeah, it gets up pretty high there.
So council,
Well, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 24-22 as presented in the agenda.
I have a motion on the floor for us to go ahead and approve the resolution as presented.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, got a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. All right. Here we go, Nina. Got the next step. Be able to take care of it. All right. All right, council, let's go ahead and move on to C, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2423, resolution City of Lytle declaring certain property as surplus and authorizing the transfer of surplus property to the Lytle Volunteer Fire Department and providing an effective date. Zach, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, with the purchase of our 2 new vehicles, we obviously were planning on auctioning off one of those at least. And I don't think Richie. Oh, Richie.
He's
is
right
in the
there.
back. Okay. Well, you know. But and he can speak probably a little bit more to this, but obviously we were approached by the volunteer fire department. Unfortunately, they did have one of their vehicles get totaled, and so they've requested or asked if council would consider instead of us auctioning off that particular fleet vehicle, that we would transfer it to them, and so that's what this particular item is before you this evening.
Molly, there's no particular issue on doing this. The city can, if so choose, do that.
Right, if you be declaring it surplus, and instead of auctioning it off, you're agreeing to transfer to another interlocal, through an interlocal to another governmental.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to pass the resolution 2423, resolution of the City of Lytle, Texas, declaring certain properties as surplus and authorizing the transfer of surplus property to the Lytle Volunteer Fire Department and provide an effective date, which is today, June the 24th.
Got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Got a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Thank you so much, council. That's good. Be a big help. So Richie, start taking those stickers off, right?
Well, it helps us as much as it helps them, because it's very expensive for us to decommission a vehicle, and then it's a win-win situation.
Roger that. Well, thank you for all your help and working with them, Richie, and bringing it up. That's a good thing to do. All right, let's go ahead and move on to D, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2424, resolution of City of Lytle reappointing Jerry Elias as a municipal court judge of the Lidle Municipal Court and providing an effective date. Zach?
All right, so Mayor and Council, every 2 years, this is the normal process. It corresponds always after the mayoral election. And so based on that, we did speak, myself, I spoke with Mr. Judge Elias, and he would like to continue to serve in the role of municipal court judge. And we obviously enjoy him in that particular role with us. The one thing, and I did note in the data sheet, is currently he is making $26,000 as a component of those services. He has asked for an additional amount, if possible, up to $30,000, but understands if that's not awarded to him, he still plans to serve. So,
How long has he been with us?
oh gosh,
It's,
mayor might know, or chief, yeah.
Ever since I became police chief, he's been at least an associate prior to being police chief as associate judge, so 26 years.
Okay.
In some capacity, either associate or the primary. Long time.
Just out of curiosity, how many hours a week does he work? How many hours a month?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, when we have court, he's here most every day for that, or the whole day, dealing with that.
You have court once a week?
No, we have a couple times a month. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
so it just kind of depends on that front. And then obviously he is in and out of the office, talking with the court clerks, Ashley and Brianna, dealing with issues. Most of the time he's available via phone. He does have to run down to magistrate down in county. So he does do that as well. So
And he does that sometimes in the middle of the night. He comes out in the middle of the night and magistrates, you know, at the time.
it's kind of hard.
Issues warrants for us. If we need a warrant, we track him down. And
Oh, okay.
so it's not just show up in court. There's warrant company.
It's kind of hard to capture the full
Well,
hours,
I
but
didn't know.
it is a lot.
I know the JPs do warrants and things. I didn't know that
So he does.
the judge is a judge.
Correct.
That's what they do for the county. For them, he does that for our municipal police department, our municipal court.
Okay, good.
Does he also magistrate City of Lidle arrest in Medina and Bear, or does that work?
Bear has their own magistration. The dean of the JPs rotate, but often if it's during the day, they would prefer us magistrate before we take them. So he does magistrate. He does serve as magistrate in the Medina County portion as well at Bear, depending on as the need arises.
Lynette, is there any issues with the $4,000 increase?
No, sir, not. Jerry does a whole lot for it.
Mayor, I want to
Always.
make a motion to approve resolution number 2424, a resolution of the city of Lidle, Texas, reappointing Jerry Ellis as municipal court judge of this Lidle Municipal Court and providing effective date of today, June the 24th, 2024, and also to include the pay increase to $30,000.
Got a motion on the floor for
May
Jerry
I
Elias.
ask, Mayor, may I ask that Councilmember Rodriguez also include the agreement that's in your packet, be the agreement that's extended for his services? There's an agreement in there that I don't believe we've had before.
That's true. This
And
is the first
so-
time we've actually entered
So
into
approving
a
the
true
resolution and the agreement.
Approving the
correct.
resolution and the attached agreement.
Yes, I'll make that amendment to include the agreement.
Thank you.
Got a sec. Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Got a second for us to go ahead and do that. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Motion carries forward. All right. Thank you so much, Council. Thank you, Molly, for the clarification. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to E, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2425, a resolution in the City of Lidle, Texas, approving the investment policy of the City of Lidle, Texas. And this is both with Zach and Lynette.
So obviously, according to the Texas Government Code, obviously we need to have an investment policy. We do currently, but the version that is in front of you tonight, Lynette and I worked on cleaning it up and just kind of making it a little more modern with the times, and just kind of really highlighting certain things and policies and procedures that we obviously want to live by when it comes to our investments. So it is before you tonight for approval. One thing that we've built in there, which is something that you'll start seeing, hopefully if obviously approved, is we'll start making quarterly financial or investment reports to you. So you'll start seeing that going forward at a council meeting. And Lynette will be giving those for you. And just trying to get in line with GASB rules, as well as just, obviously our requirements as far as our investments are concerned. So.
And Molly, your folks looked at this resolution and we're good?
I reviewed it. I didn't have part of the process of drafting it, but I reviewed it and it's in line with the state statutes.
I was not asked to be part of the drafting, but I reviewed it. It's in line with state statutes.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask the question that Mr. Emery always asks. Other than the quarterly reports, is there anything other than that that's like a major difference or addition?
I mean, so I will say that, and maybe I should have included it, but our previous investment policy was like 1 page.
Yeah.
So obviously it is a considerable difference, but it's really trying to highlight our normal practices that we're already doing and just putting that on paper. Yes, there's a lot, but I mean, I couldn't really tell you 100, there's a lot in there, but it's nothing that is new from what we're already doing.
Does this provide more transparency?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the goal, right? So not only for y'all as a council body, but for our citizens. So
It's always good to have, we kind of had the checklist, but really have a checklist.
Yeah.
You go through it so you can kind of make sure that we covered everything. Oh, we got to take care of that. So that's basically what this actually provides. We'll be able to do a little bit.
Lynette, will this make your job any easier?
I wouldn't say easier, but it's not going to make it more difficult.
Okay.
This is stuff that has to be booked monthly.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, council.
No, we made a motion yet?
No.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 2425, resolution City of Lidle, Texas, approving investment policy of the City of Lidle, Texas, as presented.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Any further discussion?
Do I need to add the effective date to that? Effective today?
the resolution technically has it in there as today's,
Okay.
if y'all pass it. So.
Any further
changes.
discussion? Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas, motion carries forward. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, council. All right, F, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2426, a resolution, City of Lidle, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to execute a temporary construction easement and temporary right-of-way with Lidle. My goodness. Gladys, I am just having tongue-tied today. McDonald MJW Partners Ltd. For access right-of-way and temporary workspace for construction, maintenance, relocation, resizing, replacement, and removal of a municipal water line and tower. Zach.
All right. So Mayor and Council, this is the next step with our new water tower. So looking at the plans and talking with TRC, they felt like we really needed to have a temporary construction easement during construction of the water tower. And we wanted to include that we had that within the bid documents. Jesse with DTRG wrote up the easement documents that you see in the packet, and we sent that off to the McDonald family, and who are the owners of the property that obviously is adjacent, that we would need this access easement, or I'm sorry, construction easement from. So they have already signed it. They've already granted it to us. And so it's just a matter of council approving it, and so that I can sign it and we can include that in the bids.
Can we afford this?
Yeah, since it's nothing.
Yeah, that was gonna.
I read
That's
it.
that
It's
same
a dollar.
It's $1, but that's really and Molly is that's typical language, right? That
No, I
to
understand.
hold people to it's tough.
It's a contractual term that's required as consideration. So typically you put $1, $10, but that's not necessarily what the final amount is. But it's typically, even if there is no cost, you put $1.
Yeah. Typically, money will not change hands, but it's to secure that we have it.
I was messing with you.
I know.
Zach.
As long as you leave the property in better shape than when you got
Yes,
there, right?
100%.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make that motion
Okay.
to approve resolution 2426. Resolution of the City of Lido, Texas, authorizing the city administrator to execute a temporary construction easement and temporary right-of-way with Lido Gladys McDonald MJW Partners Ltd. for access right-of-way and temporary workspace for construction maintenance, relocation, resizing, replacement, and removal of municipal water line and tower.
And Tower.
I'll second.
Got a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Motion carries forward.
The removal was the resized portion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. G, consideration and possible action concerning the approval of Texas Municipal League TML health insurance rates for 2024-2025 for the City of Lytle, Texas employee benefits.
All right. So, Mayor and Council, I think obviously we had discussed what the broker had already come back and said, which was the 3% increase that we were expecting. I think it was about 2.95 when it came down to the rates when calculating it. It appears that Council, although has adopted that within their budget, normally there is a formal item like this where Council approves, and it doesn't appear that y'all have done that in the past. So we wanted to clean that up and make sure y'all had an opportunity to look at that and actually approve it the way it should be. And so the new rates are listed in the data sheet. Obviously, the health side did go up, and vision did go up a little bit. Dental did stay the same, though. So you'll see the rates for not only the employee, which the city will, under the current scenario, still remain to pay 100% of that employee, but then the family, if elected by the employees, would pay that portion on all three of those or any number of those. So.
Yeah, I agree. The rates didn't go up that much. It's a lot of money, but the rates didn't go up that much.
Yeah, it is a lot of money, but overall, that's pretty good, especially where we've seen some healthcare numbers in the last few years. So I would say we got off pretty well.
Mayor, let me start by making a motion to approve the Texas Municipal League health insurance rate for 2024 to 2025 for the City of Lytle, Texas employee benefits.
Okay. Got a motion on the floor? Do I got a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Motion carries forward. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and move on to H. Consideration and possible action concerning creation of stormwater utility fund for the City of Lytle.
All right. And I'm gonna.
All right.
I printed off an abbreviated version of the town hall one that we had, just so everybody, if you want to pass those around, will have that in front of them. And as we're kind of talking about this, so obviously this is a carryover from the last meeting. We're bringing this back for y'all's consideration. I did go back to Matthew Garrett with New Gen, as well as Kate with Kimley Horn, and discuss some of the items that y'all had mentioned at the last meeting, especially as it came to exemptions. And you'll see in the packet what was provided is a breakdown of the discretionary exemptions that are possible between Lytle ISD properties, religious institutions, and then City of Lytle properties. And so that is the breakdown based on their particular original analysis. We did notice when I pulled that there is a couple, mainly that first one I think you'll see in the list. It is owned. It says Lytle Independent School District, but then it says city owned. There's a weird thing with that particular parcel where some of it it's the same parcel number for the library as it also is for clearly the school district when you look at it. So there's still a little cleanup there. This is not 100% proof, but it's a pretty good idea. So you'll see, and I think a large percentage of the conversation was on our religious institutions. Obviously, the highest ERU number comes in with the Archbishop at 23 ERUs. So that last column is the ERU. So depending on what, if y'all went with 5 or 7, whatever that number ultimately is, 3, you could expect to take that 23 ERUs times that number, and that's what they would be paying every month. And so unless you were to exempt them. The one thing I did ask Mr. Garrett was, and he prefaced that he's not an attorney, but he does believe because they are possible exemptable properties, they are that discretionary exemption. He believes that you could take it down to 1 ERU per property. However, he felt like a better way of maybe capturing that so that they still pay their fair share, if that's something y'all want to consider, is maybe doing some sort of percentage base on the ERUs that they would have. So they would still have some sort of, you don't want let's just take one of those that have only a 1 ERU to pay the same as maybe somebody that has 23 ERUs. So they would pay a percentage of their total ERUs, right? So that way it is still equitable across the board. But obviously that decision is up to council to do so. The other conversation that I had with them is regarding the billing. And we'll have some more information to that in the coming weeks. Because it's kind of like a secondary exercise that we have to do and work out the billing. But it is true that we would have situations where if they currently get the water bill, then they are the ones that ultimately are going to be getting that fee. Now, they will be working directly with Lynette and our utility billing team to ensure that those situations where we have duplexes, maybe that makes sense that each individual one gets it. But in the case of the apartments, that the apartments would get the actual bill for all their units that they have. So that is a billing issue that will have to be worked out. And we will ensure that happens, and we can always audit it as we go. But I did want to, rest assured that we will make sure to not have each duplex paying 5 ERUs, if that's what it ultimately comes out to be, that they would pay a portion of their, that 5, if that's what it is. So hopefully that answers some of your questions. The other thing with the presentation, just wanted to provide, especially for, Mr. Martinez, who hasn't been kind of involved in some of these conversations, kind of shows how they did come up with the ERU and what that all means. And what the square footage breakdown, obviously what we can use, the costs that ultimately or the revenue that's received from this on, and then kind of draft scenarios, which we did talk about last time. You could show the revenue projections on those 3, 5, 7, and 9 options over time. So I'll open it up for any questions that y'all have, or y'all want to talk through some of those issues. But I will say, just as I stated before, we are kind of getting to, these are the decisions we need to have and make, so that way I can get back to the team with Kimley Horn and Nugent, and they can actually finalize and get this out, and then ultimately go through the public hearing processes that are required per the statute, and then ultimately adopt this, hopefully, for starting October 1.
So, Mayor, are we under the impression the school districts and the city of Lytle get full exemption?
in the sense of this,
Yes.
I don't think we've had that
So
discussion.
the only and the revenue projections that you will see on that last slide only contemplates city of Lidle
The city.
properties.
Okay.
The school district would be paying their fare as same with religious institutions. Yeah.
So then the question is only on religious institutions?
That's just what we had talked about
that's-
previously.
So that's the whole thing. So that's so in summary, just so we all know,
Yeah.
we got to decide tonight on the exemptions, right?
Correct.
That's number one.
Yes.
And the second,
I think the rate.
The
what
rate.
what number?
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and just tackle one at a time. So let's go ahead and look at the exemption. So the first one is, what do we want to do with religious
Yeah, so
institutions?
So my recommendation for the religious institution is that everybody pay their fair share, but I would like to see is if maybe we can give like a 50% discount on the ERU value. So whatever that rate is, we cut
So
it
we're
in
gonna go
half
with a
and they would
percentage.
stay with their number of ERUs, but they would pay a reduced rate of 50%.
50%. So we're going to give the 50%
That would
just
be
like
my
it was.
recommendation.
Okay.
Do we want to say for any religious institution that has more than one ERU?
Well, even the one ERU will get a benefit of it, of paying half that rate. That's why I was figuring it would probably be more fair across the board. Like one has 3, and I think another one has 5 or something like that.
I don't think San Antonio exempts
Yeah.
religious institutions.
What about any of the small cities?
There are some that do. I mean, I couldn't like pull one out, but there are some that do. But I would say larger than not, you don't see it just because they want it to stay equitable and everybody pay their fair share. But it really just that. But they understand. I think that's why it's part of the discretionary exemptions, right? That's why it's in there. So. I will say, if you look at like the list, right, you have Lidle United Methodist, even though they show one, there's multiple kind of parcels that they have.
Right.
So, they add up to, 7 or 8,
Who's the next one underneath that?
The Garcia Leon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And that's some of that, like, we need to kind of massage out. So some of those may not be right.
Richie, do you know any? Is it?
What was the name, sir?
Garcia Leon.
That is the church that operates on North Pecan.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it North Pecan?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Right in that area. Yep. Okay. That'll be good.
So if, for example, the total RSU is 7, they would be basically paying for 5.5 RSUs.
Under the
Doing that
50%
50%
scenario.
price reduction. And that this way, based on the amount of RSUs they have, this would be their fair share.
Council? 50%.
So their exemption is 50%.
Yes.
Of the RSU value.
Whatever the.
Lower than that. Go a little lower than that.
We could, but my intention was to make it as fair as possible for those that are paying. But yeah, we could make it lower. But
Give me an example, like who they're your paying. Like who are you talking about?
the citizens, every person
You gotta
that's
remember
in,
that this is a church we're talking about.
right. And you got to remember that a majority of their money goes to the archdiocese. So, we're just asking that everybody in Lidle pay their fair share. First off, I don't care too much for this utility fund, but I know we need it because we have a lot of things on our plate that we need to take care of. And in order to get to our goal, we're going to have everybody pay. And if we're going to give an exception, I pick 50% because I think that's like a fair number.
So let's just use the number as a rough, so we can go ahead and provide clarification. So let's take a look at the big one is the archdiocese, right?
Yeah, I think one of them has 23, and then there's another one in there for them, if I'm not mistaken.
So
That was a 17.
There's 3.
3. Okay, so 17 and 3. So say 20, right?
No, I'm sorry,
No.
23 and 3.
3. So 26.
26.
So go ahead and multiply the 26 times what they would be paying.
Under the original, what
Yes.
we talked about, the $7? Or what are we?
Yeah,
what
let's
are we
just use
calculating?
$7.
Just say the 7, just for idea. Let me go to that one. Yes.
Times 7, so it's 182
So $182 a year,
a month.
a month.
A month.
182. Okay.
Yes.
So 182 a month. So that would be half. Basically, what you're proposing is it would be $60.
Yes.
Okay. So that gives you an example.
Meanwhile, the average citizen with the one RSU will be paying the full $7.
$7 for the house.
Put it that way.
Yeah, we're talking monthly, right?
Just give you an example.
And obviously, under that scenario, the revenue projections that you see on that last page would change.
Yes.
And so that's why we need to make some of those decisions so we can really get a better picture of where we're at, and where we could potentially be.
Now, we still haven't decided on the amount, but that's just the example, okay? Be able to do that. So let's stick to the churches first. So we have an input in the sense of us just going ahead and doing the 50%. Is there anything everybody feel comfortable with that right now before we put it out? We'll put it out as a motion. Do we need a motion individually? We can just put it all
Do we
together, right?
Just get a consensus, right?
Yeah. So, feel good? 50%?
That's fine.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's just write it down so we can have it. So 50% for the churches. Okay. The other one that was mentioned in the sense of the school district. So put it out there for us to take into consideration.
And I will.
Want to leave it as is, or
I will tell you.
That is.
Just to do the same scenario that we just did, just to make sure everybody's aware. So they roughly 339 total ERUs on all their properties. Times the 7 is $2,373 a month.
It would pay the full RSU values.
Do they know anything about this yet?
They
They
will.
do not.
They will.
no? But we haven't really discussed into
It's
what
all
the
been
amount
at
is.
this level. So yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're in their budget process too right now.
When will we be incorporating this?
Ideally, October 1,
Okay.
under the new fiscal year, which we can still make work via the timelines we're required to fit by, but it's really up to council. I mean, we can start January 1 if we wanted to. I
Do you
mean,
need to get him any kind of send a letter? Do anything in that part of the school?
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, we need to send a letter out, let them know
Well-
what's possibly coming, and they want to come talk. I mean,
We're gonna have
anything-
a public hearing on this, right?
we will have a required public hearing. Yes.
All right.
You have to have a
School-
public hearing. You've already had a town hall meeting. All of this has been presented. Possibilities have been presented. Once you decide what it is that you're going to implement, then you have the public hearing on that to
With
get
actual
feedback.
That would be the time.
At
to
that
invite the
time,
school
it'll
district.
be posted. You can definitely reach out to the school and let them know what they would be facing because it's budget time, but you do not have to notify specific entities. You just post the public hearing and you also put it in the newspaper, et cetera.
Okay. So once again, just want to make sure. Full.
So if we
For the
really
school.
needed to, we could make adjustments.
Adjustments as far as
After we have the public hearing.
Yeah.
you can.
After the public hearing. We just want to get the guide right now so we can start finalizing. Everybody feel good? Okay. School is full. Okay. And then the other ones were good. Zach?
City owned. I assume we're not
Yeah.
going to charge ourselves.
Right. That would be 0.
So.
1.5.
Yeah. For the record, I would say the city properties would be 0.
Okay. All right.
Keep it the 100%. Yeah.
Okay. So that takes care of the exemptions. That's what you needed, right, Zach?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So the next one that you have is you need to know the amount.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Like to say anything on that one or?
The only thing, and I did, and obviously it was too late for, this particular meeting. one of the conversations I think council had last time was maybe moving up that master plan. I think that's probably what makes the most sense. Foregoing maybe getting that employee right away and the truck, and maybe saying, especially with the engine, working with the engineers, it's going to probably be myself and maybe Lynette, doing some of that. So there's obviously that's a little bit higher cost than the original getting I think the $7 one included potentially the person and the truck and that stuff, right? So but know that that's a little bit more if we shift that around. I think 5 is fairly reasonable, but you're only getting so much, and especially now if we're going to start taking away some of that with what some of the decisions that council has made with exempting some of the properties, then we really need to be ensuring that we take care of the projects we know we have, and that we know we'll continue to have, especially if we do that master plan and we figure out. So that's the only thing I will say. Obviously, y'all decide and we implement, but I think 7 is a pretty solid number. But of course, you can go run the gambit. Even in between those numbers, you can go with 6, you can go with 8, 3. So I'll leave it up to y'all.
So we recently had increased our base rates. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like this utility fund, because now we're going to throw an additional amount on our citizens that they're going to be responsible for every month.
Yeah.
However, I know this has to get done. And it was spoken quite often in the previous meetings about how important this master plan is, this stormwater drainage plan. That has to be our top priority. I know the mayor mentioned that there's grants and other stuff that we would have to have something like that in place prior to it. And as painful as it would be, my recommendation is to go with the $7 for a minimum of 2 years. And then for the council to reevaluate after that 2-year period to see where we're at. This way we can get the most money without taxing our citizens too much and be able to put into that master plan, because we need to know where we're going to spend this money.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be spending money on personnel. We shouldn't be spending money on equipment if we don't know what we're going to do with that. So my recommendation would be, my recommendation would be the $7 ERU for a period of 2 years, and then to be reevaluated after that time. And I know this isn't part of the question, but I would like to see that master sewage water drainage plan be put as priority.
And I think
this being a way of paying for it.
If I recall, and again, I apologize, we're making some adjustments to that menu of options, right?
Yes.
So that's why it's not included. But we do know, the Lakeshore, we have Adams Street that we've already identified, and there's about 50,000, I think, currently sitting in the budget to take care of some stuff. So we do have some projects, but I agree that we need to find others, right? If we're going to implement this, we need to do it right, and we need to figure out what other things we can tackle, at whatever dollar amount that is. But
Right, and if the master plan does show that the existing projects are a priority, then that's where we go. But at least we have something down that we can see and move forward with.
And honestly, and this is from side meetings and things that I've been attending with other things that are going around along the state. We need to have this plan because there might be some funding coming down, but you're going to have to be able to show how you're going to utilize some of this money. Because there's quite a few areas, and honestly, the state has issued some money out there on grants for certain areas because of typical flooding. So I can see even with what's happening right now, it's going to increase the priority even more. So you're totally correct. We need to be able to get that plan and making sure that we actually are a player by being able to capitalize on these. Some of these things are going to be millions of dollars to be able to get some of this stuff. Imagine yourself being able to take care of Benton City Road, the drainage on there.
Yes.
Would y'all like to see? This is so I can also go back to the team and make sure we're doing it appropriately. Obviously, the couple of the projects that we had already envisioned were going to be debt funded and then payment over time, obviously on that. Are you guys looking to set aside money appropriated specifically for the master drainage plan, or are you looking to add that to some sort of debt fund, take care of one project as well as get this master plan?
Did you mention that it was due half?
The master plan?
You pay half of it, and then you pay.
We
the
could
second
definitely
half.
work something out with Kimley Horn. I mean,
Right.
on some of that, on those details.
And if we were to start in October and we get them working on it, when would the first half, your estimate be due?
I would say truly 50% is probably not until the beginning of the following calendar year that you may have paid up to that point, to start paying some of it, but true 50%, you're probably not looking until probably the first part of 2025.
Mary, you have better insight on this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just going to see what comes up and based on the priorities that we have. But I'm not giving up my chair. Just stand by.
I'm a little.
I'm next, okay?
Yes.
July 14, 1999. We've been talking about drainage in this city. This is the first newspaper, Leader News. And we're talking about drainage and the flooding that happens in Benton City. We got to take care of it.
Yeah.
This has been going on too long. And the only way that we're going to be true players is if we actually have a plan and we figure out a way to be able to take care of our city. So we need to act. We need to act, and we need to get our city in a better position so we don't have the problems that we have in different parts. So
I do have a comment. Actually, it's a question, Mike. Why the need to set an arbitrary 2-year freeze on this $7?
I want to.
Why hamstring ourselves coming into this?
It's not that I'm trying to hamper the progress of it. I just want to give our citizens some sense of how long we're going to be looking at least the $7 amount. I don't want it engraved that the $7 that we're agreeing on is going to be forever. I would like to give them at least that 2-year period to see how the city does with it, to be able to come to the council meetings and voice their opinion, because at least this way they know for 2 years it's going to be $7 a month. That was the only purpose of putting that time limit on it.
I would prefer the flexibility of every year. We can just decide every
Oh,
year.
yeah, we could.
Which you're
obviously be
allowed
every
to
year,
do.
but
It's
Yeah,
just
but
like
if
a normal
we,
utility.
if we put it in the resolution that this is fixed for 2 years, then we've nailed it down.
I'm
Agreed.
just saying in commitment to the master plan, we're going to be committed to 240. So we need to at least pay for that. So that 2 year would give us enough
Sure.
revenue to pay for at least the master plan.
Again, I just don't see the need to arbitrarily
Yeah.
put one of our feet nailed to the floor there. I'm all in for, year to year at $7.
well, for right now, I think we just need to decide on the amount. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, I will
So-
still need some general parameters at some point how you want to fund that. That 400, 300,000, whatever it is. But we got to start somewhere, and that is the amount for sure to keep moving forward.
77%.
And I think by having that's all you need for us to be able to go into a public hearing. Is
That's
that correct?
That's
We
correct.
can discuss later, yearly, 2
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
After
Sounds
we get there, maybe.
Well, we can bring Kimley Horn in too, and have that conversation
Yeah.
more to figure out some of those what we would be on the
And
hook
get a
for.
chance to prioritize, what do we do, what we don't, in the sense of being able to
And,
take care of that.
I see us doing debt funding to follow the master plan. Because it's necessary. As Mary said, some things will just stop until we have that done. And we can't wait 2 or 3 years for this money to build up.
Yeah.
And then another year to get the plan done.
Sure.
Okay, so council, we have information. I know we'll have future opportunities for us to discuss this a little bit more. So can I get a motion for us to go ahead and for the exclusions, the 50% for the churches, and then for us to go ahead and do the 7 years or the $7, $7. I'm sorry.
I'll make
For a
that
year.
motion. 50% reduction on religious institutions and a set rate of $7 per ERU.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll get him.
Got a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yays. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll go ahead and take the next step. Zach, just keep us posted.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yes.
so we can go ahead and do that. Okay, it is 7:45, and what we can do right now, if you all would like to, is because it's only 5 minutes per. Council, would you like to go ahead and do the department reports? Get that done before we go on break,
Yeah, let them.
and then after that we go into executive session.
Yeah, let the.
That way, our department heads can actually
Yeah.
be released, and
Yeah.
they don't have to stick around.
Yep.
Unless they want to talk to Richie.
Richie can stay longer.
And Richie likes to have some fun with that. Be able to do that. So, can I have a motion for us to go ahead and move on to item number 10, department reports? Got a one second? Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 10. Item number 10, Finance Director's Report. The first one up with the department reports. Here. Just use this. Just use this.
It's okay.
Just use that. No, don't use the pointer anymore. The pointer goes all over the place.
Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. I'll get to it tonight.
Just plug that one in and you use the
They can
mouse.
get to the podium if
She's
needed.
in here. She's fine.
Yeah, I'm good. All right. Okay, so this is for May 2024. So
Okay.
did a little different. I put all the service revenues on there so I'm starting to get a little bit more organized and stuff for you. Our total net revenues were 190, and that's the breakdown of what came in. So do y'all, I know you've read through it. Gas came in at 33,367. We had sewer come in at 37,881 and water at 77,724, which was a jump about 5,000 from last month. So we do show garbage. I know some of you are new when you look at that, but you remember that we charge for garbage, but we also pay for garbage. So don't look at that as a revenue. And then, of course, the fire donation is redistributed as well.
Can I add something on that one?
Absolutely.
For the councils? So the garbage, we also pay for garbage, but don't forget that we also help our
Have brush.
residents by having our brush pickup. So that comes out of that revenue. We pay for us to have the monthly brush pickup with a contractor. Okay. Thank you, Lynette.
General fund revenues, I kind of just broke it down a little bit. I do have a little bit of Paula's in there, but she can go over that with the ad valorem. Franchise tax, we did real well. We booked 200 and, well, I don't have the activities. I don't think I did it that way this time. But I just did the year-to-date since we're getting so close. We only have 3 months out. So hotel tax, we have collected $70,000 to date. We're $39,000 out from budget. For franchise tax, we have collected $203,000. We're $23,000 over budget. For city sales tax, we have collected $1.3 million. We're $199,000 out of budget. Paula pretty much reports on the rest of that. So. And then at the bottom there, I put the garbage collection fee. That's kind of everything that we brought in, but remember, it all goes back out pretty much. And I will start putting expenses in here. We're just about at a point where you're going to be able to see the offsets to it. So court fines, we budgeted $475,000. We brought in $423,000 to date. So we're $51,000 out of budget right now, which of course we will meet that because that's usually around a monthly billing. The fines we're over as well. We budgeted 22. We're at 28,000. The girls have done amazing with that, sending all the stuff over to Purdue, Brandon, and Mont, and they go out of their way to help us with the collections. And then the fines through Omnibase are, of course, they're getting up there too. Will definitely meet budget. Water service fees, we budgeted a little over $1 million. We're at $663,000. On average, we're doing around $70,000 to $80,000 a month. Well, of course, during the summer months, we do a little bit more. So we should be maybe a little bit under on that. Water impact fees, we are high. That's all the new houses that we have coming in. Tapping fees are the same thing. Acquisition fees, same reason. And the rest of that is just miscellaneous stuff that gets booked in there for like late charges and service charges. Anybody have any questions? I'm not really stopping as I go. If you do, just interrupt me. Gas fund revenue, we budgeted $455,000. We're at $340,000. We need to make up about $114,000. We will easily do that by the end of the year. Interest earned on the gas CDs, that I budgeted, I guess, too low on that because we've exceeded that. Zach's laughing. Sales of water meters. I know that's always on there, and I have a couple of y'all ask about that. We Zach and I were kind of talking about it in the budget meetings. That's we don't have any revenue in there, and that's just because that's if an extended line, or say somebody breaks their meter or runs over their meter and they have to replace it. That's what would be booked in there. Late charges and service charges, kind of self-explanatory. Sewer charges, we budgeted $467,000. We billed $334,000. $133,000 to make up. We will easily do that. Impact fees were over, same reasons, Rosewood and all the new houses and everything going on over on the other side of the road. Tapping fees, same thing. Again, late charges, self-explanatory. Court, Richie and the guys did a great warrant roundup, brought in $18,780 in cash collections. Going through town, I think he told y'all at the last one, he only had one dog bite where David got bit, but otherwise it went really, really smooth. And the girls, Richie told the girls they did really well, which we got a positive from Richie. Ashley's prepping for a court clerk certification this summer. She's going to take it, and Brianna is going to go in the fall.
Awesome.
So hopefully we'll have 2 certified clerks. Utility billings, Robbie's put out another, it wasn't as busy as this last month, but we're at a total of 467 total radio reads. So we did have some rereads increased, but Robbie's going to addressing that with the guys. Finance-wise, with a new employee, Ronnie was hired on May 20th. She's learning the accounts payable, some of the accruals, some of the bank packets, and the credit card reconciliations from the daily payments on utilities. That's pretty much keeping her completely busy. Zach and I have been in budget meetings and preparations. All that's underway. If any of y'all drove by today, we had people here. The auditors were here with me all day today. They'll be here probably tomorrow. I think we'll be done. I don't think they'll be back on Wednesday. And then after that, we'll be prepping for the SEC bond rating. And that's everything.
The audit's looking good.
Yeah.
Great.
We're still July? July?
Probably.
We talked about that today. He said that the first week in July was pushing it, but he was hoping for the second. And as of when we left this afternoon, there wasn't anything of big concern.
Awesome.
Excuse me.
All right. Go up. There you go.
Just click.
Just like a mouse. Just like a mouse. Click. That's it. You can move it around. It doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, it does.
You can have the cursor, but it won't make you do all weird stuff. You can still click on it. Just click on the mouse. Just click.
Oh. Well, not clicking.
Don't move.
Up and
There you
down.
go.
Up and down. It's going up and down, not clicking. Well, my report is short, like always. I will be adding stuff though, because there's a lot of the things that I do that I never add on the report, but I'll be adding more things. For the beer and wine taxes, we collected for the ad valorem taxes, we collected $946,257 for the year total. For the yes. Very good. And just a beer license, $382 for this month, which is a total of the year $2,245. This is just all my training that I've done this year, last month. Just with the Alamo chapter, I had a virtual training. We did the community outreach, the senior luncheon, of course, the budget workshops, and I did have a Zoom call with the Alamo chapter members and our Memorial Day holiday. It is pretty short, but I will be adding more things on this.
Okay. Council, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Oh. It's very sensitive, Mayor. All right. Same, no changes here. This is just our million on the street improvements, the million in the CO. The water and sewer, 7.5 million. So some of these percentages are updated. The mayor and I actually spoke with TRC earlier this month, so these might be reflective of probably a little after May. But the sewer plant expansion, the design's at 80%. Obviously, the bidding for the booster pump station is currently out, and we will be opening those bids on July 9th. We have later, I think tomorrow actually, pre-construction or a pre-bid meeting, for that, and then hopefully awarding at the end of the month of July. So we'll see what those come back at when we get those back. I will say we used, we use Civcast, which is very popular in the kind of construction world for posting bids. And last I looked on there, not all of them are general contractors that will bid, but there was over 50 people that had at least look at the plans and pulled them. So hopefully we'll get a good swath of people maybe potentially bidding and create some competitiveness in that price. So
That'll be good.
Elevated storage tank design is complete. Obviously, we just approved or council just approved the temporary construction easement, so that'll be part of that. And there was some lighting components that they're trying to fix. If council recalls, we're going to be using color lights. That was a council decision previously, and so we're going to have colored lights on the new one. And so they just had some changes that they had to do based on that in the electrical components. But once we have all that, then that'll be going out to bid as well. And then the 12-inch main loop, it's not in red, but it should be, but that's now up to 80%. There's some things that TRC and myself are working on with CPS as far as just some easement stuff, as well as TxDOT to get that pushed forward and as quickly as possible, just because, again, we want to reiterate that the section here along McDonald does have that sidewalk project, and we want to get it done and out before that so we don't lose that project. So residential developments. The only thing new here was some additional homes in phase 6 were completed, 16 under construction, and then 4 lots remaining to be built on. Nothing submitted for those. And as promised, we are now moving into the next phase. They are starting to build out there. So they currently have 3 under construction in phase 5 of the development, and then phase 2 will be next. And obviously we're finalizing the review of 3 and 4. Some of that has to do with some of the easements and things that are required in those particular phases. So we're moving and going on homes in both these subdivisions. So Rosewood, 19 of them are completed, 23 under construction, 6 on hold. And I just will tell you today, I reviewed another 5 or 6. So they really are moving out there, and a lot faster than I think they realized they were going to. So phase 2 of that project is also, it's not on there, but is under review with TRC. So they've already started that process, and we'll be getting that going. Obviously, Lytle Farms, no real changes, but tonight y'all did approve the utility service agreement, so that'll continue to move forward, and we'll start seeing stuff on Lytle Farms hopefully here soon. Permit data, applications received, pretty typical. Obviously, most of them being in the new homes. We did get quite a bit of solar panels that's starting to pop up now again. I think just with I know in my neighborhood, of course it's a newer neighborhood, but they're coming around and getting people to sign up, and so I think that'll be a trend continuing here. And then permits issued, obviously, just kind of mirror some of that with the new homes being issued.
The reverse osmosis.
Yeah.
That's a resident.
Yes,
You have to get a permit for that.
yes, just because of the plumbing components. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. It's like one inspection, so that's it's kind of a simple permit. The inspections, obviously most of them on the building side, but you can see the breakdown there on the MEPs. Again, most of these are going to be within all the new homes. Certificates of occupancy, we issued, I did not update the main number, but we have 7 new dwellings and 2 manufactured homes. Those manufactured homes were ones that were already previously approved by this body. One of them being the really elevated high up one in the floodplain, if y'all remember that. That was started all before I got here. So, and then we have the fire marshal certificate of occupancies there, which obviously Richie spoke about at the last meeting. And then you see the certificate of compliance there, pretty standard stuff. City contracts, nothing real new on this. Obviously, I will say we're continuing to work on the AT&T side, and you'll see that on the next, and really the switch to Rise broadband. I'll first hit the code compliance report. Obviously, we're hitting a lot of overgrown lots. Just permit verifications. We've noticed a few people starting construction without getting permits. So he's starting to get a few of those, but he's out there and about. Obviously, the watering, now we are in stage 4, if you have not heard. And so we'll be keeping an eye on that because there's some changes that go along with that. But I don't want to be the water police, but we definitely want to make sure we're protecting that asset. So.
Zach, it might be good. I know we got to do our part,
Yeah.
but there's a little bit of confusion sometimes with who's responsible with some thoroughfares because it's getting pretty high.
Correct.
So it might be good for us to address all the different areas and figure out, okay, which ones are we going to take care of, which ones actually belong to TxDOT,
Yeah.
and a few others, because some of them are getting pretty overgrown.
And I will say, and just as since we're in a public setting, we have had some equipment that has been down on our public works crew. I think they finally got the part, maybe, or they're supposed to get it, which has really prevented us from hitting some of those areas that we would normally get. But we can definitely put something together and make sure we're communicating that. So,
but yeah, some of the ones that I'm getting contacted on are more
TxDOT areas.
Yeah. So we need to provide clarification
100%.
on some of those.
100%. Just some miscellaneous updates. Obviously, on the left there, you see all the meetings attended in the month of May. And on the right, so again, we're continuing to identify some easements potential in Lakeshore, just kind of moving that forward. The Stormwater Utility Fund, that's obviously still out there. The Rise Fiber Internet switch has started. They have been out on site. I think that's the PD. They did have some issues last week when they started, just construction pieces that need to be part of it and getting everything to the buildings, but we're working through that. So, we will still see
Has
that.
this building been switched over?
No,
Not
we
yet.
have not. We have not switched over yet.
Has Public Works been switched over?
Well, they're working on it.
Yeah.
So like with ours, we actually got a little ahead of schedule. We had a conduit run for having a generator lately.
Mhm.
And I showed them that, it took out a hole, so they hang a lot, they trenched up out of the building. But they had just finished inside right before I got over here. And so what they tell me now is in the morning, they're gonna check and make sure the IP address work, and then it'll be up to us to get the IT to actually
Make that switch.
it
Yeah.
out. But we should be, the work is done, it's just a matter of the actual
Okay.
IT guy.
And I believe they were the first. They were out at Animal Control. I don't know if they've finished out there yet, but yeah.
Awesome.
Do you know
Slowly
what
working.
they're doing on the community center?
Community center, if you recall, we did not sign anything with the community center. We're keeping the backup with Spectrum there, and so we'll
Definitely
continue. Yeah.
It came in handy. not too long
Yes,
ago.
yes.
And once we get everything settled down, I think we're still going to look at the option of both here and over at PD of getting the basic Spectrum.
Yeah.
So we can easily go between the two. In case one goes down, we can actually have the two facilities going
That'd be
to.
very smart to do that.
So
Obviously, I referred already to the sidewalk project. Nothing really changing on that, but we'll continue to move forward our project. The gas system bidding, Molly graciously sent me everything last week, and so working on that and hopefully get that out here. I'm trying next week if I can get everything from CPS on some of the details that we need to fill in on that. Plug-in a well 3 is still an open item there. The last two on there. So the plaque, if you recall, Mayor, we had on the agenda a couple times for giving a plaque to former Councilman Kate, and the mayor asked me to follow up with him, and finally got a hold of him, and he decided to come and just pick up that plaque. So I just wanted to let y'all know that that's what was his decision to do, instead of doing anything formal in front of y'all. And then just finally, just as a reminder, on the submission of the agenda items, it hasn't necessarily been an issue, but obviously we have a new council member as well. So just want to remind you that, anytime y'all are wanting something on the agenda, the Tuesday before it goes out, we definitely want to make sure that we're getting anything you want. And that includes any supporting documents or anything like that you would want included on those items. So that way it gives an opportunity for staff to review and make sure everything's in there. And then those supporting documents are able to be in there so council doesn't get it last minute or anything. And then just finally, we do have where we filled the part-time animal care control. I think actually she started last week yeah. So that's great there. Obviously, we'll continue to have the public works labor on there. We do have that open position, and then once Robbie tests, we'll try to backfill that foreman position, which was his original position. And then Richie probably could speak to it better, but we do have the opening in PD. But I think that's coming to an end, and they've found somebody to do that, and moving forward with that probably late this month, if not July. Correct.
I should be able to get a conditional job offer Friday afternoon. And then, what would be conditional, everything would be, and it would just be a matter of the person putting in their 2 weeks notice. Okay.
cool. Nice.
That's all I got, unless y'all have any
Good.
questions.
On the sidewalk project, the last time I went by there, I didn't see them doing anything on the transitions.
Yeah.
My concern is at the library, is that going to be asphalt or is that concrete?
You're talking about like where they're
So where it's
connecting.
coming off the
Yeah.
formal walkway or
Mhm.
right, and then it goes into the driveways.
Yeah.
Is
So
that gonna be-
the whole thing should be concrete. There shouldn't be asphalt. I don't know what's
Okay, so
currently
they'll
there.
they should be doing
There should be
concrete.
the connection. I was told that they didn't have the right equipment to make those transitions yet, and so that's why they haven't done that. They've kept those sections. If you notice on the other side, they haven't connected where there's like drainage areas as well. And so, but obviously that project, they're never there. So it's no wonder it's taking 18 months for the whole thing.
Do
But
we need to do anything for the library? Do we need to make improvements on the driveway or?
so the areas we have not been told anything. Obviously the areas to get in and out are open, but obviously we can talk with them and see maybe if we can help that out or figure out what we need to do in those areas.
I'm just saying if there's any kind of improvements we need to make.
Yeah.
Now would probably be the time to do it.
Agreed. Yeah. So we can definitely look at that for sure,
Thank you.
and then I can update y'all.
Zach, just so you know.
Yeah.
They have been out, looking out my front window.
Okay.
Across toward the elementary school.
Okay.
For the last 2 weeks, last week and today, they're working on the sidewalks between the elementary school and Parlor.
Okay, good. Well, at least they're out
They're
somewhere.
doing a lot of work. And, they're putting sidewalk all the way down primary side,
Yes.
and I think by the football field on
Yes.
the other side.
Okay, perfect.
So, yeah, they're
Thank
out
you for letting me know that.
there. Yeah,
We'll be able to take care of that whole area. That'll be good. I think we just need, going back to the library, I think we need to pay close attention. I noticed when it rained last time, instead of the water going down, it actually kind of stayed, it rose and went across the sidewalk. So we probably need them to just relook at that.
Okay.
They might have a canal pushing the water down, but right now it's actually going over the sidewalk. Is that right, Cassandra? Be able to let it go through.
Put some transitions underneath,
Yeah, we just need to
culvert
bring it
almost
up.
like, Yeah,
Be able to do that.
Yeah. for sure.
Okay. This is more just because I know after this we'll go back and I want to make sure with Robbie. This is on, just a reminder, are we still doing the wisdom?
Yeah, so that was,
Project?
I was going to do, but
Go ahead.
you're welcome to.
No, go ahead. You got it.
So Robbie actually texted me not that long ago, before the meeting, and crews will start tomorrow, I believe. But the shut off of any water won't be until Thursday, and so we're going to get notification to any of those residents over there via some door tags and stuff like that. So there's a water line that's just hanging, dangling off the bridge.
How many
This
years?
is 2-3 years old.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I've been hearing about the last 2-3 years. Yeah.
So
I've been hearing.
have you seen it? So it's a water line, 6-inch, 6-inch line where the erosion of the dirt and collapse. Now we got a line that has cement or concrete putting weight on this line.
Dangling.
So you can imagine it can pop at any time.
Wisdom Road.
Wisdom Road. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right.
Yep. I'm right there.
Yep.
So
Robert's property.
a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. So what they're going to do is they figured out a way, and we're going to have crews help us out. So it's a quick swap out, and it's going to go underneath, right, the canal. So they're going to go under. It's not going to be hanging anymore. It's going to go under. But the biggest thing is be able to control the water so it doesn't affect the city. They can shut it. We can cut it off there, and it only affects the folks going down on Wisdom. Is that correct, Robbie? Without having, and that, which is a great thing because usually when we have a 6-inch line, it affects the city with pressure.
Yeah.
So this is a great thing. So this is going to be done on Thursday. Yeah. So finally, after 20 plus years,
Yeah.
we're getting another one, and then we'll be done to one more project. But little by little, these guys have been doing a great job.
Yep.
Great job, Robbie, of knocking out all these projects that needed to be done. So it's been a good thing for us. So
That's all
that's
I got.
all. Anything? All right. So let's go ahead and let's see. It's 8:14. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And I think Paula, we got some food back there, right? Yep. They can start, and then we can take it into executive session. We'll just leave it at back. So that'll be good. All right. So this going into break at 8:14. 8:14.
ran into the bunker in everybody's corner. Are you
All
okay?
right.
Yeah, yeah, my neck hurts a little bit.
Let's go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead and come on back from break and get back at 8:33. Okay. And let's go ahead and move on to item number 8, executive session. The City Council of the City of Lido may convene an executive session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with an attorney, Section 551.072, deliberations regarding real property, Section 551.074, personal matters, Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations to discuss and consider the following items. We're going to go into executive sessions on A, possible voluntary annexation of real property in BTJ, B, status update on Project Cinco, C, discussion on animal control matter proposed resolution, and D, employment evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public official or employee, city administrator, 6-month evaluation and employment agreement consideration. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and go into executive session, and you can show us at 8:34. 8:34. It is 10:33. Back at 10:33. And we'll just go ahead and go to number 9, discussion and possible actions regarding matters discussed in executive session. And we will go ahead and show no action taken. Okay? We'll be able to take care of that. Okay, last one that we have is just informational items, real quick. Just go around. Anything? Paula? Okay. Here we go. Anything, Molly? Anything?
Yes. Next Monday night, the 1st of July, at 6 o'clock at the Longhorn Museum in Pleasanton, Martin Gonzalez, no relation, who is the chairman of the Atascosa County Historical Commission, will be doing the grand reveal of a couple years of work of us trying to find the location of the Battle of Medina. We did not find the Battle of Medina actual site, but we found a site associated with the Battle of Medina. And there have been some newspaper articles in San Antonio, Austin, and Houston about it. So word is out, but he hasn't given a public presentation of this, and he has not introduced a metal detecting team yet. He's kind of protected us because he said, when I announce, you're going to get calls, probably for interviews and things. So that's next Monday night. He'll be talking about the historical aspect of it and explaining how we've worked with the experts at Texas State University to verify the dating of the lead items and identification of some of the other items. And then he'll turn it over to me to talk about the metal detecting aspects of it because I'm the chairman of the committee for metal detecting. I expect a rather large crowd there. And it's going to be really, really big because it happened in 1813. And this is the first hard proof that we have found archaeological evidence of a part of the Battle of Medina. So it's a big deal. Monday, 1st of July, 6 o'clock, Longhorn Museum.
Okay, Monday?
Monday, a week from today. 6 o'clock, Longhorn Museum.
He has a book out, you can get it on Amazon.
And it's like the history of, he's got documents and photos of all that he's come on behalf of the Historical Commission for
Atascosa.
Atascosa
Yeah,
County.
it's a little paperback book. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
It's
He
a little
collected
bit bigger.
he collected photographs and stories from families
everybody.
all around Atascosa County. Yeah.
You were saying the Battle of Medina, would it not be in
No.
Medina?
No.
No, Medina River.
Medina River, the Medina
No,
River.
No.
It's a fair question.
No,
No.
the bat.
Everybody's looking at me like, dude.
On it, real quick. I never run late. The battle historically is talked about happening south of the Medina River, where the troops came out of San Antonio and met Arredono's troops coming up from Laredo. And so it happened in the Medina River Canal. And it's
Somewhere.
the actual site is either in southern Bexar County or northern Medina County. What we found is about a mile and a half south of Lemming, which no one's looked there yet. And we're on to a site 2 miles away that may be even better, but we haven't gotten into that one yet. So we're on the stuff. We're on the goods. So if y'all can come down, that's going to be a big deal. Big deal.
That'll be good. I got it on the schedule. I'm looking, and this is in Pleasanton.
Pleasanton Longhorn Museum. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be over there. All right, let's go ahead and just finish off things I want to pass on. I want to say thanks to Paula for a great mayor's luncheon with Atascosa City and the counties. She did a great job with that. So thank you for taking care of that. Thanks to Public Works and PD with helping our San Antonio Fire Department usage of the water tower. That was good training that went along with that. One of the places, if you haven't had, they got the grand opening of the boutique that happened in Tax Service M&S. You know where the Exxon is, and there was a dulceria, a candy store. The candy store is going to shut down. So the decor portion of M&S is going to go in there, and the tax is going to stay where they're opening up right now. So there's going to be a tax service place, and it's individual, and she does small business too. She helps with all that. And then, of course, with the home decor. that is going to be with the Dulceria is closing down, and they'll actually take over in the next 2 weeks for that. Congrats to our Little League All-Star teams. All of them did really good. They did, based on the circumstances and the switch over and everything else. But we should be very proud of all of them. Did a great job. And thanks to all the coaches and the parents, because they couldn't have gotten where they got this year. So kudos to everybody and what they did. They represented us very well. Reminder, please pass a word. 4th of July, big celebration. Get folks out there to do that. Paola working on the 18th of July for the outreach in case you have any people who are asking. And we have a farmer's market, right? Farmer's market. So this is the one where they give out vouchers and they can get some produce and stuff. So please encourage that. Once again, just want to let people or let everybody know, and we need your help. We need to take care of our disclosure forms. Let's get it to the council so we can go ahead and get us all signed and we're done and we don't have to worry about it until next year. But we need to get that done as soon as we can. So let's get those forms out.
Mayor, that's on me. I'm fixing one of the pages. Paula asked me for it. I'll get it to her.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you. And then let everybody know on the 21st of September so you can start passing the word. The city is going to be doing the first nighttime homecoming parade. We have never had a nighttime parade. It is the Saturday prior to the homecoming. So it's kind of like kicking off homecoming week. And I can tell you that the folks down by the pub, along with across the street with the southbound pottery place, they're thinking of doing stuff in there to try to do things for our alumni. Not to change what happens on Saturdays, on the alternate years, but this one, they want to do it to where it's a lot more inclusive, to where there's going to be things, and they're getting very creative to get more folks to show up and kind of kick off homecoming. I'll just leave it there. Okay. Anything else last minute? Okay. Thank you so much. I know it was a long meeting, but we took care of a lot of stuff. If I can get a motion, it is 10:41.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
Okay. Got a first? Got a second? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? All yeas? Thank you so much. Have a great evening.